Hey, good evening everyone. How is it going? Welcome in. It is so good to see you. PK Faro, thank you so much for popping in. It's good to see you. And Fame, wonderful to see you as well. Yes, you are very early today. I appreciate it. Thanks, Faro, for the hydrate. And Faro, now you're legally obligated to come early every single time. Yep, that is entirely how this works. That statement is a legally binding contract. But how's everyone going today? I hope you're having a good one. We're back again, weekly reset with some more Guild Wars, so I'm very excited to be here. We have the upcoming balance patch on this coming Wednesday. Yeah, this Wednesday stream. That's when that will first land, and we can truly see all of the impacts. And that's when all of our classes are going to be brought down, except for Condi Scourge. And honestly, now that we have had a bit of time to practice Condi Scourge, I think now's a very good time to actually dive back into the Golem and kind of see where we can go with it, because I think over the course of Ceres last night, I did about 2 hours with it. I think overall our DPS went up about an extra 3k compared to where we started. So that was really, really solid. And yes, Super Adventure Box real soon as well. Maybe I will actually get on that this year. Super Adventure Box never been one I've really dived into too much, but hey, there is no time like the present. But yes, let's take a look actually. Annie, what's up? So good to see you. Hope you're having a good one. Right now we are drinking coffee and water, still on our first coffee of the day, so I may have to make another one a little bit later to really get me firing on all cylinders. But how are you going? And yes, everyone, jump over to Annie's channel, go check them out. How have you been? Hope you had a good weekend. We were doing Ceres last night, and we're doing EOS. Well, we got one pull, we got the clear on CM. Great, hype, very good times. And we got to, it was 2.7% on EOS. So we're getting very, very close. I think we're going to be sort of slapped down a little bit by the upcoming balance patch. But yeah, everyone's sort of scrambling to learn new builds and the like. I should some nice rewards and lots of fun to be had. You're selling me very well on it. Yeah, I think I will dive into a bit of Super Adventure Box this year. I do thank yous. Just a little life busy at the moment. It's nice. I'm sorry to hear that everything's busy life-wise right now. I hope it eases up for you, but I really appreciate you popping in. But yes, let's go take a look. Scourge. So let's kind of get sort of a baseline. Let's bring this over. And D. There we go. Okay, so Condi Scourge. Let's take a look. That, one dot of difficulty, I don't think that is quite right. I mean, it's good to sort of get started on Scourge, but there's a lot more that honestly goes into it. Okay. Keep at least one shade at all times. Do not let Blood's power reach 2 charges. Use it following Desert Shroud, as Plague Sending will transfer the conditions. Soren, welcome in. It's wonderful to see you. Like, we kind of know how this all works. We use Nefarious Favor and Desert Shroud off cooldown. And use the following skills off cooldown. Plague Lands, reading it from the bottom, why not? Signet of Spite, Haunt, Oppressive Collapse, and Harrowing Wave. So our general loop is Devouring Darkness, Grasping Dead, Kill Time, Devouring Darkness, Grasping Dead, Weapon Swap. Tamas, welcome in. It's great to have you here. How are you? Then we do a Weeping Shots and Vile Blast, filler, Weeping Shots again, filler, Vile Blast back into Weeping Shots. So we're basically using Weeping Shots 3 times on pistol and Devouring Darkness, Grasping Dead combo twice. It just spam everything at the same time works. You're not that far off with Scourge, to be honest, but we're trying to really sort of eke out as much as we possibly can. Foxfire, welcome in. It's great to see you. Let's see where we can go. Actually, can we just... Let's see if we can just run this set here. Adjust self. Ew, 600 ping. Add boons. All of them. Swift and steady. Give that a minute to see if it stabilizes. It's struggling. It is struggling a bit there. I can feel it. Spawn. There's 600 extra DPS in the rotation. That's exactly how that works. Let's give that a hot minute. Why you do this? Worst case, I could try and lob it through a VPN and that might help it. We'll give that a bit of time and see if that stabilizes. If not, I can always try something to fix that. Just give that a minute. I'm just watching that, particularly the return packets number. That's always the sign if things have been a little bit funky. Okay. Feel like we are good. Likely. Now, what is the actual opener on Scourge? So the opener, Manifest Sand and Shade, Blood is Power into Nefarious Favor and Desert Shroud, Plague Lands, Haunt, meh. Then we do Vile Blast into Reaping Shots. Okay. Let's get that up. Okay, let's see how we are faring. We're at about 34k so far. I feel like I'm cancelling a few skills there. Okay, so we're at 35.7 there. So that's not too bad. Welcome in, mate. And Peter, welcome in. Kind of off topic, do you believe it'd be good to have 2 gifts of magic alongside 7 cloves per bed for the new trinket? Or is it too busy an investment? I mean, you'll still get use out of them, because like in the worst case, you could always craft another legendary and sell it for profit there. Clovers are definitely good to go. A bit hard to tell if it's like a lesser gift of might or a lesser gift of magic versus a gift of magic, gift of might. That I wouldn't be able to tell you. But like you will be able to make use of them. Like in the worst case, yeah, just make our legendaries and sell them. Okay, so yeah, we hit 35.7. Well, I'm going to say 35.8 because it kind of shows it there, and if I round up, that's kind of where we'll be. Let's pull up the actual video for this. And let's see what they're doing, just to see if we can push this a little bit more. Okay. So let's go here, and where are we going? All right. Let's go back here. Play. Okay, so this is the actual one. So they are using Haunt. Okay, so Signet of Spite is sitting at the lower end of priority. Oh, they're also actually running Signet of Vampirism as well. That's a little bit of extra damage. That is very true. Okay, so they're just using Nefarious Favor of Cooldown, not really touching the other skills. Okay, so there's a few little things we can do there to amp up the damage a bit more. Scourge is a bit of a different one because it does benchmark quite differently than it actually plays. So the main thing is they are really pressing Nefarious Favor off cooldown. That is getting touched basically instantly, and there's no sort of delay on popping Shroud. And they're 40 ping, which helps. Yeah, that will also help. There will just naturally be a bit of an impact due to having high ping. It's something I come to expect with every class. But yeah, back in the day when I was doing Condi Renegade rotations, I got to within 2.5% of the benchmark, and Renegade is one that is a bit impacted by ping. Okay, so we kind of need to just change up our skills a little bit. So like it can happen where, yeah, we can crank a fair bit on the rotation. And let's go here, because that's more damage, that's more damage. But yeah, it is more work, that is very true. Okay. Oh, that didn't actually activate that. No. Definitely not activating my torch skills as often as I should be. And thank you very much, Annie, for the shout out there. Everyone, make sure to go check out Foxfire over on Twitch. Yeah, I'm actually struggling a little bit on life force now. Okay, so we're 35.9, but there was a point there where we did get up to 36.7. So the number did go up, but things were starting to destabilize just a little bit. January, welcome in as well. And yeah, there is more that goes into balancing than just what is on the golem and what is on Reddit as well. Arena will have their own internal metrics. And overall, they do a very good job at balancing the game. The balance right now, and honestly I think the balance even after the upcoming balance patch is going to be in a very good spot overall. And let's go respawn. Let's get another one. So I think we can push this a bit higher. Oh. Bit messy. We missed a shade. Yeah, so we are messing up our priorities a little bit here. Yeah, so we are once again missing having a shade up. So I need to weave those into the rotation a little bit more. In Nefarious Favor, having a 3-second cooldown means that that thing is getting pressed all the time. is very much spam everything. Okay, we're at 35.9 again. And it's good. They're overall like bringing the power creep of the game down. And yeah, like I'm interested to see as well where the health pools go, particularly on things like Ceres. Because yeah, that is kind of what we are progging right now. Hang on, let's pull this up. Bring this just up here so you can actually see. So we started at 37.4, chilled at 34.7, then 34.5, high 35s, then we got to like 36. Whereas back here, we got up to 36 point, we're going to round it up to 36.7. Don't think Ceres is getting changed. Okay. In that case, we'll just have to really crank our DPS. So yeah, a few things. I wasn't activating my Manifest Sandshade as quickly as I needed, because there was a few points there where we had no shades up, which that really impacts us because we have the trait, where is it, Sand Sage, gain expertise when we have an active shade. So we're missing out a bunch of condition duration there. If I could get a number comfortably above 36, that would be solid. Let's double check that everything else is fine. It should be. I shouldn't be missing anything. I mean, I'm not rocking any infusions on my weapons. We have infusions on everything else though, so we're like pushing this kind of as high as we can. There's not any random stats floating around here. Alright, let's go. Yep, Scourge is very high APM. We have to figure out what cancels different skills. Trying to listen to the Scepter auto attacks as well. See, right there, I cancelled the cast of Manifest Sandshade by swapping weapons, so I need to be a bit mindful of where I am swapping weapons. Don't have a shade up, we were a bit lax with that. .9, it's kind of the point where we're hitting. Gotta make sure I don't fumble my Desert Shroud as well. Yeah, we dropped a shade there, unfortunately. .36.06. I think Condi Mechanist is going to be a go-to after the patch. They ninja nerfed them last patch, so this time they're not getting totally gutted like other classes. I think overall, Condi Mechanist will still be really, really good, especially because of how simple it is to play overall. But most builds are getting sort of a 10 to 15% nerf overall. The only real outliers are going to be things like Quickness Catalyst, because that's going to need a bunch more boon duration to work, I believe, and Condi Alack Amalgam, the Steam Striker one. That one's getting like a giant nerf. But I think that is the highest we've pushed now. So if we go... give us the calculator. So that is, what? I don't know, 36.06 divided by 40 times 100. Okay, so we're past 90% of the benchmark. So we're not, like, too bad overall. That's still pretty solid. Okay. Let's see. Let's go try and take it onto something. I think the main thing is we're just not actually keeping up sandshades like we should and trying to weave them into appropriate points. Because I've got to be very careful with cancelling my Scepter auto attack because Last Strike Putrid Curse does a bunch of damage. Yeah, some of the power mech builds will be hurting after the patch since they're not that high currently, but at least easy. And I think there'll still be value. It's a good point. I think there will still be value in builds like that because of how easy they are to play. A build that's easy to play is much easier to get consistent damage on. Dina, Kadeem, Sab, voice. Okay, let's just see if there's something. Let's go raids. Wing 8, Doom CM, farm 100 KP. Nah, I don't particularly feel like doing that. Let's take this into a quick play. Let's do that quickly. I'll try and suss out if we do have quickness. Oh, we should also buy some things from the vendor here. Actually make us a little bit of gold. Yes, we are in need of it. So I've got 92 Mystic Clovers in storage, so we're kind of good for those. I'll take a look and see what I need to craft Aurine's Claw. Guild Wars to efficiency, let's check. Alright. Crafting. Aurine's Claw. No, it is Claw, actually, Fish. It's the dagger. Yeah, it's the dagger. It's not Fang. Fang's the one I'd always check and the one I accidentally crafted again. 750 gold. A few things we need. Yeah, surely you'll craft the right one. Yeah, don't bank too hard on that. There's always a chance I craft the wrong one. So yeah, we still need to do some map comp. Yeah, any dagger, not the sword. Yeah, the sword's what I accidentally crafted. You accidentally crafted a whole Aurine weapon? Yeah, I did. I meant to craft a different one, but I always just search. Whenever I check the price on how much more I need to craft, I just instinctively typed in Aurine's Fangs. It's the one I remembered. And because they all have basically the same recipe, I didn't notice until we got all the way through. I also crafted at the end of a stream, which is always a point where I'm a bit more tired. So yeah, it was an interesting evening. I mean, I do need 2 legendary swords anyway. Annoying thing is, though, I didn't get the title Twice Told Legend, something I still need to look into, because I have 2 Aurine swords, 2 identical legendaries, but no Twice Told Legend title. Apparently I've heard it doesn't trigger on Aurine legendaries for some reason. Ah, that bugged. Did you talk to the dude? Not yet, no. I still need to contact support about that. The spirits of the wild. It's also one of those ones where it's not like insanely critical for me to do. You got yours for 2 Frost Fangs? Yeah, that's good. I know it definitely works on Gen 1s. I did it on my NA account with 2 Incinerators. It was kind of funny. It was great. It was great content. Oh, for Twice Told, you need to talk to the person to say you have 2 of the same legendary. I did, yeah. I talked to the NPC you're meant to. And it just didn't give the actual prompt. Hey, thanks for the hydrate, Farah. Iston, welcome in. So yeah, 'twas very strange. Oh, was your first Aurine's Fang crafted through the first precursor you got? No, I believe I sold the first Aurine Legendary I crafted on this account. I think I crafted the Greatsword from memory. But no, I crafted the swords back to back fairly recently, and it was quite a while ago that I did the free precursor. So I don't think I sold that to fund. It was various other legendaries. Why is the LFG just like not having it today for this? Let's keep an eye on this one as well. Daily Voice and Claw, all welcome. Let's start filling. What do we have? Nah, screw it. Daily Voice and Claw, get in there. LFG was so buggy the last few days. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Okay, let's go interact with everything here. I will run that. Will I have quickness? There's a Writ, there's a Scrapper, there's a Berserker. There's a non-zero chance that I'll have quickness. Oh, we got Q DPS, sweet. At least one. Let's bring that up here. We're just waiting on someone to come on in. Turn off snap target. All right. Do I have quickness? No. Where are we going? Yeah, I want to target this one here. Oh, I was going to say I was going to dodge there, but no, I'm just going to be knocked back forever. Where are we going? Who knows? I mean, we're still doing pretty well, all things considered. The big brain play would be to bring Epidemic to this. I'll do a little bit of barrier now. Ouch. Destingo, thank you for the follow. Oh no. Never seen that before. Scuffed as hell. It is a bit. Yeah, they just didn't run a healer at all. And no, I'm not running. Instantly dies. Not running heal Scourge. That's a good point about the first mitten hit not being real. But yeah, cranked damage. Oh, nice. Counts as a weekly anyway. Foxy, welcome in. A bit sad the weekly resets at 10 at the moment. You can't jump to raise anymore. Sorry to hear that. And Daz, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, definitely seen a wipe those first a very long time. Oh, you and me both. Yeah, first time I've seen that. But yeah, even though it isn't easy, it's not Shiver Peak's Pass where you actually can do that without a healer. This one does kind of want one. I'm on EU right now, Boxy. And that's Condi Scourge, your long-time main, currently trying out Harbinger. Nice. Harbinger is fantastic.
Bring that one down.
Cancelled the cast. Where are we going? This one? Do we have stability? We do. Very exciting. Come on, what are we doing? This one? Who knows what we're targeting? I've never seen them port around this much. Oop. There we go. Dicey as all hell, but we got it. And Scourge locked on my account trying out Harbinger. Oh, I saw your message. Thank you. Orion legendaries don't count for the legendary collector achievement as well. Maybe it's the same bug for twice told. It might be the same bug. Actually, it was very strange because I was going to say if I accidentally crafted two of the same legendary, I may as well get a title out of it, but nah. Yeah, no, honestly, damage was like very, very low, which is not surprising. And when you join an all-welcome group, it's kind of what you sign up for. Hey, thanks for the standing desk, Faro. Time for ups. Thank you for the hydrate. That's good burning those points. Mm-hmm. Oh, nice. Yeah, nothing particularly nice. How are we doing on those? Not enough to really convert yet. That's good. Gradually building up those magnetite shards again. What add-ons for DPS and boons? Yeah, I'm using Arc DPS. I've got guides that have installed both Arc DPS. DPS. Oh, thanks, Boxy. I appreciate that. Yeah. If I do some raids, I'll make sure to flick you a message. I'll make sure to flick you an invite. And I also have Nexus, which is the overall sort of add-on installer, which sort of lets me install them easily now. So I'm using Arc DPS, I'm using Boon Table, Unofficial Extras, and Squad Roles. So basically, this one lets me mark people in terms of what role. This Unofficial Extras makes Squad Roles work, and the Boon Table is what gives me that. In terms of gear I'm running right now, I've got an entire guide on Condi Scourge, but I'm really just running like full Viper's gear. Where is it? So yeah, it is full Viper's gear, Rune of the Trapper, we've got Sigil of Bursting and Torment, and we got Scepter, Torch and Pistol, Relic of the Fractal. Oh, Squad Rolls is so good, just being able to actually, you know, mark who's doing what is absolutely god tier. Central Tier Squads, do Forces Bound, just quickly jump into this. It's good. For the longest time, I forgot that Squad Rolls actually needed the Unofficial Extras add-on to work. So, yeah, I was confused for a while. I'm like, why is it just not working? Is it bugged? No, it's because I didn't have, like, the dependency for it. Oh, I'm using a custom font for Arc DPS, which I should cover in my specific Arc DPS guide. You can just download any, like, true type font from Google Fonts and put it in the fonts folder for Arc DPS or Nexus. If you use Nexus, you have to do it entirely through like Nexus. It's pretty chill, but yeah, you can just download a custom font. What am I showing for DPS? I feel like that could be the default. Hang on, let's see. Display style, where would it be? Stats. I'm using 5, 6, 2, and 3. Is that actually right, or is that one that I've just had set up for ages? I'll check. Snow Crow's Arc DPS. It could be one. It's either a default or one that I've just straight up left there for some time. Install and use Arc DPS. Let's check. Alright. Okay, this shows single target DPS, percentage, and cleave, and percentage will cleave. Okay, yeah, so I'm straight up just using the particular stats that Snowcrows recommends there. That's where I got that from. Oh, Fish, have I changed settings in Discord? Can't upload pictures or make photos anymore. Let me check. I'll check that now. I did change some things, but not to the point where they should have impacted that. So let me take a look. Where would that be? So the settings, roles. Let's go under member. Permissions, that should be under, I presume, upload files. Save changes. Okay, and let's just check under the general tab. Advanced permissions, let's just see. Okay, try that, Fish. That should have fixed that. A great dude, Ed. Welcome in. 1 to 4 CM's full clear. Nice. I'm on EU right now, so I won't be able to join you. You should get your guild leader to use squad roles. It gets confusing at times for our raids. Absolutely, it will. 100% recommend it. But yeah, let me know, Fish, if that lets you upload an image in particular. Yeah, I went and split it out just to minimize any like bot spamming so that people have to be a member of the Discord for a week to be able to like post links and stuff. So I like separate it out so there's like a new member role and a member role, and people automatically roll over to the member role after a week just to minimize any bot spam that I have to periodically delete. So yeah, that's probably one of the things that got missed in the very annoying setting up of Discord permissions. So thank you for calling me out on that. Oh, well, I've done all that. I look at your DPS, guess you've been practicing a bit more, especially in more complex Lots of mechanics, you tend to forget part of your rotation when lots going on with mechanics. That does happen, and it will happen really with any build. And yeah, the more comfortable you get with it, the less sort of mental energy you have to spend actually focusing on your rotation. And also, the more comfortable you get on fights, you also know what mechanics you can completely ignore to focus on your rotation. So it's a bit of a give and take. But the more you play a class, the more you play encounters, they all sort of come together. You were posting a cute kitty now yesterday, and he tried to upload food. Ah, nice. Thank you for sharing those. I appreciate that. That's awesome. Thank you. Damn, those pizzas look good. Cat's looking adorable fish. Thanks for that. I appreciate that. Let's go dip from here. I'll just see. What are the other weeklies? Oh, so delicious. I can imagine. Yeah, that looks really, really good. Salvage 50 items. That is fine. Inquest or Pirates. That's a new one, actually. Just checking which ones are likely to be easiest. Jungle Worm? When is that? Jungle Worm is at 6:45 my time, so a bit under an hour. Okay, it's good to know. We'll keep that in mind. Should do fractals at some point, because yeah, that's just peak real estate. Okay. So we hit about 36k, so we got 90% of the benchmark, which is pretty solid overall. We have to be a bit more aggressive in keeping up our sand shades. I think particularly should be after I use any sort of skill that's not my auto attack. That should be the point where I keep up a shade. So I'm not going to really interrupt my scepter auto attack in particular. So you've got to be a bit careful about that. Let's just see where we are in terms of event timers. Could we jump in a... Actually, I might take a quick break now to go stretch my legs before we dive into something else. Might do some more raising a bit. But yeah, everyone sit tight. We'll see everyone very, very soon. If you're struggling with making gold in Guild Wars 2, I've got you covered. Here's exactly how I make enough gold to fund multiple legendaries while still playing all the content that I enjoy. Today, we're covering the 6 main ways that I make gold in Guild Wars 2. At the end of the day, gold is everything in Guild Wars 2. It's how you upgrade your gear, buy materials for crafting, and it's how I purchase anything I need from the gem store. Once you learn how to make gold, everything in Guild Wars 2 opens up to you. Right now, I'm in the process of crafting a set of legendary armor and 4 legendary trinkets for my second account. So farming gold has been front of mind for me recently. So today, I'm going to be walking you through what I do to make gold, how I get value from all the different currencies I farm, all while still playing the content that I enjoy. Let's dive in. Truly one of the easiest ways to make gold, accessible to all players, especially those with limited playtime, Astral Acclaim and the Wizard's Vault. Now the Wizard's Vault replaced the old daily login system we used to have before Secrets of the Obscure, but it's even more profitable than what came before. By doing simple daily, weekly and special achievements, you'll load yourself up with Astral Acclaim, which you can then exchange for all sorts of rewards. I've made a separate video about how to best spend your Astral Acclaim, which is linked in the description, but here are some of the best items to buy. We've got Mystic Coins, the bags of gold for 6 Astral Acclaim, Laurels, heavy crafting bags, the bags of coin for 35 Astral Acclaim. You can also buy the Legendary Starter Kit, which is insane value. Here you could either craft a certain legendary to keep or sell on the trading post. I always recommend getting this as crafting legendaries is another huge source of my gold. Mystic Clovers are also great, as chances are as a Guild Wars 2 player you're going to need them eventually. The chests of Ascended Gear are also worth quite a bit, especially for new players. At the end of the day, if you want a surefire way to make gold, do your Wizard's Vault achievements, and you're going to be rolling in it in no time. Now, if you've been playing Guild Wars 2 for a while, chances are you have multiple characters. Some of them might even be gathering dust as we speak. So instead of leaving them alone to bask in the looming existential dread of existence, we could instead park them at useful locations. On my EU account, because I've slowly been working towards a set of Obsidian Legendary Armor, I have most of my spare characters parked at Greater Arcane chests in Secrets of the Obscure maps. This gives me a small amount of the map currency each day, as well as ancient coins and pieces of gear. I have other characters parked at End of Dragon's hero points for the free Imperial favor and gear each
each day. And I also have a few characters parked at chests in Bureau Marches for the Eternal Ice Shards. These are super useful because you can exchange Eternal Ice for Living World Season 4 materials, which you can use for either Vision or Skyscale, both of which I'm currently working on, or you can just consume these materials for Volatile Magic, then buy trophy shipments in Living World Season 4 maps, which are insanely profitable. For only a few minutes of logging into characters each day, this generates a surprising amount of gold, materials, and currencies. I've included a link to the fast farming page on alt parking, which gives a nice breakdown of profitable places to park your characters. The more characters you have, the better alt parking is going to be for you. Now, each day I play, I farm my home instance or homestead, as well as any guild halls that I have access to. For a short period of time farming, this is going to give you a ton of materials, which you can either sell, use for crafting, or consume for things like volatile and unbound magic. Your home instance or homestead, if you have the Janthia Wilds expansion, can be upgraded to include all sorts of different gathering nodes. To fully upgrade your home instance, including everything on the gem store, it would cost you just over 10,000 gold, which is absolutely mind-bending. Fortunately though, you don't need to do this yourself. Just keep an eye on the in-game LFG and look in the Central Tyria Party section and see if anyone is offering a full home instance or homestead. This means they have a fully upgraded home instance and they want to share it with the world. Simply enter, farm all the materials, and leave. As of right now, farming a full home instance is going to get you over 10 gold worth of materials, which is very nice for a few minutes work. Similarly, if you're a member of a guild which has gathering nodes unlocked, you can log in each day and farm them for a nice amount of extra materials. If you're a member of different guilds, which each have a different level of the synthesis output guild upgrade, you can even farm the nodes from each guild hall again. Just remember they need to have different levels of this output upgrade. Even if you just do this with a single guild hall, it's a nice amount of profit. Now, I like to get even more value from this excessive gathering by using the glyph of volatile magic on my gathering tools, which you can select when you get most of the permanent gathering tools from the gem store. Now, you can get a set of temporary volatile magic gathering tools from Living World Season 4, but the permanent ones are a huge quality of life bonus. This makes it so that whenever you gather, you'll get extra volatile magic, which you can then spend on trophy shipments for extra gold. This really amps up the value from what's only a few minutes of work. Now, earlier I mentioned I park multiple characters at End of Dragon's hero points to farm Imperial Favor. Whenever I get enough Imperial Favor, or the map specific writs, 1000 Imperial Favor in total, I craft an End of Dragon's precursor weapon. This will give me anywhere in the realm of 60 to 90 gold profit depending how patient I am. This is way simpler than going a step further and crafting Gen 3 legendary weapons to sell, because outside of Spirit Shards and Imperial Favor, you don't need any other account bound currencies, and you simply buy whatever you need from the trading post. Given how in demand the Gen 3 legendary weapons are, there's always going to be people wanting to buy the precursor weapons, and lately this has been a nice little source of gold for me. Similar to the End of Dragon's precursor weapons, although on a much larger scale, I'll also occasionally craft legendary weapons to either sell on the trading post or the Overflow Discord. Depending on the legendary weapon you choose, this will generate hundreds of gold in profit, and is even more accessible than ever with the legendary weapon starter kit from the Wizard's Vault. You still need to do some map completion, world versus world for the Gift of Battle, and have a decent amount of spirit shards on hand to do this, but if you can, it's a huge source of gold. Just in the few months, I've sold 3 Frostfangs and an Aurine Greatsword, which has given me a few thousand gold profit. Now, whenever anyone asks me how to make gold in Guild Wars 2, I always recommend to play the content that you enjoy the most and figure out how to make gold from it. For me, this is instance group content in PvE, like raids, fractals, and strike missions. Twice a week, I run weekly raids on my NA and EU accounts, and I'll regularly run fractals and strike missions as well. Whenever you complete a raid or a strike boss, you'll be rewarded with a nice chunk of gold, identified gear, and materials, not to mention the specific currencies like magnetite shards or blue or green shards from strike missions. These you can then exchange for items like infusions, mystic coins, and mystic clovers for even more gold. For fractals, most of the gold comes from opening fractal encryptions with the fractal keys that either drop from fractals or are purchased from this vendor. Fractals are one of the best sources of raw liquid gold in the game, so I recommend doing them as often as possible. For a very quick source of daily gold, make sure to always buy the 30 deeply discounted fractal keys from this vendor. You can then place a buy order for some fractal encryptions, open them, and get some effectively guaranteed gold each day. And that, my friends, is every way I currently make my gold in Guild Wars 2. By doing these little things every time I log in, I've been able to earn enough gold for over 60 legendaries, gem store purchases, and generally just have gold not be an issue. If you want to know more about the secrets to making gold in Guild Wars 2, check out my previous video where I break down exactly how gold making in Guild Wars 2 works and how you're...
And we are back. Welcome back, everyone. Oh, did we just somehow spawn into a completed Tangled Depths? Let's see. I think we might have, actually. Can we open the chest? Will that actually let us do it? Let's go take a quick look. No, we literally... It's here, but it's invisible. No, we literally just, like, logged in, trying to see if we could, like, leech it. Unfortunate. That's alright. Let's go into the aerodrome again. Let's form up some raids. So, Boxy, I'll send you an invite. Let's go blast a Wing 7 full clear. Or we can start at... start at Adina. On EU? Yes, we'll be on EU. So let's go create squad raid mode. Anyone wants to join up, you can do so on our account name there. Yeah, absolutely. Come on in. Okay. Give everyone just a minute to log in there. To process some of this. Pato, welcome in. What kind of miracle are you trying to do with your favorite elite spec for April 14th? We're trying to get as good at it as we possibly can because we're going to be using it for Ceres CM after the balance patch. I've been using it for the last 2 weeks and we've gotten better and better at it, and we just sort of hit a bigger number. A bigger number on the golem than what we had before. A new PB, we hit like 36k, so that's good. We're like 90% of the benchmark, which is very nice. Okay. Raids. Wing. 7 full clear. I need to actually type. I'll go DPS and pylon. Boon heal. Boon DPS. Pylon. DPS. Stage roll. So yeah, I will kite. But yeah, after this balance patch, Scourge is going to be in a really good spot. I mean, Scourge is already in a really good spot. Oh, I can heal or DPS. Awesome. Which one are you? Are you Bjorn? And feel free to like boon heal and whatever you want. Okay, we're starting to get peeps now. Alright. So Kalima's boon DPS. I'll put them as quickness. Bjorn is QDPS, perfect. So QDPS. Darcius is a heal. So you can go here. Don't worry, I'm sure you will. Okay. Oh, usually is A heal Scourge quite good for Pylon Kind at Wing 7? Nice. Okay. Yeah, I love Scourge for Pylon Kind in particular is what I'll be doing. /D. Go a heal. Sindane. Or Fish, that's you there, so you go a heal. And Quill, go Q DPS. So now I need Pylon Kiters. And remove. And advertise. Pylon. There we go. Pylon DPS. They need to be a pylon. That's all good. Let's see. Darius, you tank. I'll tell Darius to tank, given you might be your first time in it, and because QTP does require a bit from the tank. But good, boons are sorted. I just need 2 more pylons, and then we are good to go. Oh, Dark, that's good. Excellent, no worries. Let's go. Let's add you as friend. Add friend. That's all good, Pato. I appreciate that. Oop, that's starting to remove. I need 2 pylons. Okay. Can you pylon? Hang on, I'm just going to remove any mention of DPS. It should be implied that it's a pylon that is a DPS, but take it someone has seen the word DPS in there and then jumped in without actually seeing what we need. Okay. I'm playing on EU right now. Wednesdays I play on NA. Okay, Shaq is pylon. Perfect. Alright, so yeah, last slot needs to be pylon. So I might even just specify DPS, DPS, DPS. Good, that way anyone who doesn't have a marker is the person that I need to be questioning. Okay. That just makes my life easier management-wise. Let's jump straight to Adina. Scourge isn't amazing on Adina because it's a bit of a bursty fight, much more power-orientated. But it will do the job. It's great on Sabir. That's great on QTP. Make sure that we are in the LFG. We are.
You tread upon Adashim's sacred soil. You, who are lower even than the lowest of Jinn.
Brace yourselves! Might and glory! Make them flee!
That's right, that should die to Condis.
Back into the fray.
Kadim will seal the rightful supremacy of
Okay, so this person should be a pylon.
power will shake the very mountains.
Your alliance with Kadim is tearing your city apart.
What he destroys, I
Perfect.
shall rebuild.
And they will be Kaita and DPS. G, weekly should have reset. G, start lobbing some food.
Might and glory!
CJM, what's up? Good to see you. Ooh. Ranged players kite pylons by standing at the back of the group. Place them on or near a marker. So right about Alt 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 2 to a pillar. Don't stack them unless people die and we call it. Okay. Should be able to just get the ready spaghetti check. Hotel rule. I slept at like 5 AM yesterday, so your eyes are dumb. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That's the squad roles add-on. That's letting me organize the squad.
Come then. You won't live to see Kadim's dominion. Or mine. Before me.
If you get a pylon, place it on a marker. Yeah, that was a bit rough. Yeah, so if you get a pylon, place it on a marker. Pay attention and listen for the audio cue. A little ping.
Come then. You won't live to see Kadim's dominion. Or mine.
You will obey.
Safe from harm. You cowards!
Oh, no. Ah, crap. Still salvageable.
Vengeance stirred within her heart.
I was in some deep trouble.
We heal as one.
Okay. Oh.
I've already risen above the cardinals of water and fire. There is no heaven check.
Yep, don't ever run through the sand. Yep. I should have gone one frame further. GG. Don't place the pylon on the group. Okay, looks like we lost a pylon. It's good, because now I can tell what we've lost. Run counterclockwise. Run counterclockwise when the beam appears. It will only do one full rotation. So we just got to get a pylon in.
Affirmative.
But I feel like people, especially if you're doing raids, I feel like unless you're very comfortable, you should be playing with audio cues, because there's so many mechanics that are indicated by audio, like the blue circles on Veil Guardian. There's an audio cue. Bit hard to rely on the visual cue because it can be a bit hard to see, but the audio cue is always there. Same thing here, when you get the pylon, there's a ping. Listen for the ping. Yeah, let's flog that off. think I can probably sell off my... I should actually do a weekly on NA at some point, I think. Yeah, I might do that at some point. It's fine. We've seen all the mechanics now. Yeah, Scourge is okay on this fight. Not the best. Power classes are definitely preferred because the fight has quite short phases overall. Let's see if we can get some people in. Just looking at people. No, I'll just have to wait until we get someone in. Can any of the DPS pylon kite who haven't already specified? And thanks for hydrate. Yeah, we've just got to kill a bit of time until we go and get ourselves a pylon. I might even honestly sell off some things while we wait. Alright, I might even sell off all of our coins, because I just need the raw gold. Yeah, let's flog these off. I need to get closer to our legendary, and this is how we'll do it. Make sure we are in LFG. We are. Oh, we got someone. DPS. Kiter.
It lives.
These really have dipped in price. Let's get the ready check. Where are we going? I will go over here.
Come then. You won't live to see Kadim's dominion. Or mine.
My pain is easy.
The mad started.
No, don't want to stack them. Yeah, you never want to stack these.
Swift and steady.
Go behind a pillar. I'm just going to have to pump as hard as we can. And that should phase. No? Oh, well, we're just doing this with less now. We should merge to pillars. Crown's welcome in. Is there any Fox Evoker builds that are good for endgame PV? I mean, I believe so. I don't play a lot of Evoker, but I imagine there is. There we go. 2 to a pillar. I'm gonna just pop this one right here. I might try and just be a bit tricky with this one. Okay. Only... oh boy. Can't have those on the group. Okay.
Destroying the balance.
The balance is outworn.
Try and move around as close to the boss as you can. You have to cover less distance. The general rule is north, south, south. Actually, here, stack these. Stack them, stack them, stack them. There we go. So we only have 8 people alive. Two to a pillar. For every pillar that remains alive, the boss takes 20% less damage. Cool, so you'll do that. And should this work? Yep. Close enough. Oh well, people are understanding the mechanics now. 20% less damage is a lot. Oh yeah, it's really good when there's 5 left alive, and then it's 100% less damage. Then it becomes really hard to actually beat the fight. Fermi, welcome in. Great to see you.
Brace yourselves.
Let's get you up there. Signet of Undeath. Res. So here, having projectile reflex, very, very helpful. And I'll try and get as many reses. This should be the last round of dealing with these. Okay. Back in business now. Oh boy. And dodge in. Two behind the pillar. Trying to res you there. It's going to be a bit dicey. I'm down 2 peeps. Oh, good res. Alright. Oh. This is going for a bit of a Monday clear, but I think you can sort of tell how it's going. This is sim? No, this is normal mode. That's right, we will die here. It's still salvageable. How much? It's got 3. So he's going to take 60% less health. Yeah, that's a GG at 2%. Oof.
That had to hurt.
Make sure to place the pylons in line with the markers. Yeah, let's... I'm actually just going to search for DPS, and actually we will not do... We'll just do Wing 7. Let's do Wing 7, Adina, and Severe. Yeah, I think we're going to have a bit of a bad time on QTP, so I might just not do that. And it means also don't have to search for 2 more pylons. It means we can just get in and blast a bit quicker. No, that's fine. Feel free to stay, Boxy. That's no issue. It always takes a little bit of time to get used to these encounters for the first time. I presume you're DPS. I'll remove the kiter roll from me. Good first Desmond cleared today. Had to leave for dinner before you finish training on Greer. Ah, nice. Congrats. That's awesome. Let's mark you as DPS. Cool, yeah. So make sure you place a pylon on the markers. They are sort of an indicative location. Greer is a bit of a pain. Greer is one of the more difficult encounters. I think actually does have a pretty significant DPS check, I think, for a lot of newer pug groups. And you just need, like I said, you kind of need just to put like 2 chronos in there and just crank stability and projectile reflex. But yeah, when a pylon pops on you, find a marker and place it there. Ideally, the same people kite the pylons each time. 5 people furthest away from the boss get targeted by a pylon. And then you go to the same marker. So you have your melee peeps standing close to the boss. Range players just a little bit back, still within boon range, but you want to be a little bit further back. Hang on. You know, a bit further back so then the same people get the mechanics at the same time.
Find their weakness.
See, I've just decided that I am going... Oh no. Yeah, you don't want to be following the commander here. We want, if you get one, place a pylon on a marker. You don't want to be following the commander. We don't want these to be stacked. And 2 to a pylon. And if you... Turn away from the boss. 2 to a pillar. Always 2 to a pillar. Don't run from out behind the pillar, or else you will simply die. But yeah, the markers are there for you to place a pylon. This one we normally go north, south, south. Good super speed. We're down 2 peeps, so now we want to merge a pylon. There won't be enough people to actually destroy it. Power res.
Use a hand over here.
Good banner. Respect. Here's definitely an instance where I should have taken Corrosive Poison Cloud to alleviate some of the pressure. There you go, see? I've claimed a marker. But you've got an entire marker over there that we need to be using. Power res. I'm going to stack it on this one. Good, I'm seeing that one getting taken now. I love it. Get used to the rhythm of this fight over time. Just place these off the group and burst it down.
Your power play is destroying the
We're going to go south. We now need to merge 2 pylons. GG. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Run to a marker when you have a pylon. Place it. Come back. Okay, where are we going? Here's fine. Yeah, because the pylons are uber chaotic, so people aren't ever just going to the same pylon, so it's just a massive free-for-all every time. Should have actually taken Corrosive Poison Cloud. Just going to trust that more people don't die. There we go, so it takes 2 shots to destroy a pylon. So I'm going to go claim this one. There we go. Oh, that's a bit better. Someone came in a little bit too soon. There you go, notice how these have all been placed, so now we all just run back. Take our time, contemplate our words and deeds. Just res everyone who got nipped. Gotta wait behind it. Dodge back in. It's going to move back preemptively. Try and get that res. Boss will just phase now. That's the tank down. Beam, hang on. Beam is every 25%. Okay, let's run CPC. And remember, as soon as we place a pylon, run back to the boss. You have a good window to do damage. And then, once the boss starts charging up to do its, one-shot attack, then head back to a pylon.
Come then. You won't live to see Kadim's dominion. Or mine.
That's going to wipe the group. Almost. Yeah, people aren't paying attention for if they get the pylons. Get the res. There we go, got the laser. Just wait. It's going to do its thing. Good, 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 good. I'm going to throw that one down there. There we go. I'm just going to stand a little bit to the back. I will just generally claim square as my own. Not too bad. A little bit too close, but like entirely workable. But that's closer to the pattern that we want. Good res. Good placing it right next to an existing pylon. That's very good, very smart. $53. I got nicked by that. Unfortunate. 2 to a pylon. Always 2.
Is destroying the balance.
The balance is outworn.
Used a combo skill. Very fun. Oh, I should turn off snap target there. I can't actually target them. Where's our friend? Can we get the res? Oh, nice, we can. Good res. Pretty close. That's good. People are getting better at it. What about looking away from the boss or behind a pillar there? Okay, 2 peeps down. Want to merge a pylon. You have to test if the wave shockwave does nothing or if it's the actual, like, jump up and down of the platforms. That'd be interesting. So trust in the fact that it's only ever going to do one. Yeah, I think the wave itself does nothing. Just trying to get the res. Mr. Chan, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Okay, same deal. Mechanics are exactly the same, just now we might have to deal with some extra hands. I claim square as my own. The pylons are getting much better every time, so that's good. Okay, he's got 2 up, so boss is going to take 40% less damage. %. Place it on an existing pylon. Yeah, I guess we can merge those. Meh. That's the Squad Rolls add-on. I'm going to place this just right here. Thanks for that, BK. There we go. Good job. Now, Sabir.
You sure impacted the city's energy balance, but I think it's...
That's crazy. We got there. Any concerns about Sabir? Yeah. Feel like it's workable. I agree, but I feel like it's salvageable.
Of course. A lesser Jinn cannot hope to inherit a cardinal's power to enter.
Stack on tag. Move with tag.
Would you prefer the released
Tag. Wait for me to ping mount and to use special action key for CC at the same time. Yep, Scourge will be pretty solid here. Just kill all these mobs. Well, that should be done, I guess. There we go.
Vengeance stirred within her heart.
Do we nuke that? I can just lay down some Condis on it. That will die. Up we go. Oh no! Anyway. Question, are you bringing more CC for this? Not really, I don't think. Because yeah, we have the special action key, which is Giga CC anyway. We have a bit of natural CC as part of our rotation. The main thing I'd swap out would be Flesh Golem. Actually, Spectral Grass could be pretty handy. Don't run in. Don't run in. Either Sky Scale or use the jump vortexes. You think squad's enough CC? Okay, we'll keep that in mind. I might actually... I'll load up. There we go. Let's bring as much as I comfortably can. And I'll bring that as well. Alt 9. Oh, sorry, near that great dude. Don't do that. Not after all the time you've invested. Oh, no, that's not the skill. Just looks like it. Could I epi the wisps? Blood's power is such a huge source of damage, so I feel like I should bring that. No, that's alright. I thought you might have meant blood is power. It's like the most important skill on it. It's such a big source of damage. Okay, there we go. Let's get the ready check. Oh, there we go. Happens every time. But we're going. Trust that people are just going to make it here now. Oh, GG. Don't go too close to boss before ready check. GG. Yes, type /GG. Paro, thanks for the hydrate. Where is that? Okay, I've got as much CC and a bit of extra support as I can comfortably bring. I don't think I have... Yeah. Good, I don't have snap target on. I don't know why I popped my... I popped my minion. Yeah, CC is looking a bit dicey. I'm gonna pop down a big old heal here. This part here is going to be rough for Scourge. Oh yeah, see how many people touch the tornado. Okay, no one?
Why attack me for having the intellect and foresight to keep my position when I'm not first?
Oh, this part's going to be interesting. Good banner.
Vengeance stirred within her heart.
Spirits, guide us. Make them flee.
Just going to pop the heal down and hope for the best.
Back on my feet.
There we go. And I might even just type. I might just stand here in the air for that attack. There we go. Because, yeah, I see people just not moving at all, and yeah, that ain't gonna do it, Chief. Is that enough height? It is! Look at me go. It's very exciting.
Look at me now!
Say some more. Cancel this. On your knees.
Swift and steady.
Find their weakness. Make them
Okay.
Rise, yet deals were struck. Mantled in death.
take that.
With claw in keen hands.
We walk beyond.
Destroy or you'll be dead.
No. When that break bar appears, watch the squad chat. When I ping my mount rapidly, then use special action key to CC. Now, let's go. Yeah, hang on. And position, just manual. There we go. You can live there. No, that's right. I'm hopeful that they've kind of also for shockwave attack go in. Go in a tornado to get in the air, to not get one shot. There we go. We've got Defiance bar damage here as well.
The fracas is finished. You're wasting your time and mine.
Ready for more.
Extra
Council held. Times most dire.
hasten your pain.
I'll pop the well down.
Yet deals were struck.
Find their weakness.
Why should I fight enemies when I can acquiesce to the inevitable and survive?
Okay, on we go.
One becomes two.
Splendid company.
Demos, welcome in. Great to see you.
The compact.
This is regular here. We've got a bunch of new people with us today, so this is leaning more towards a training run. Yep, can't really help you there. I'll get you up there. Yeah, we're on EU right now.
Reach the greatest rewards.
Up we go.
Make them free. Forge the way. Make them free.
Good use of super speed there. That was an interesting one. Oh yeah, this will be fun.
Brace yourself. Never give up.
That's right, I think everyone sort of figured out what was meant to happen there. No. still workable. This is just a regular CC. So I might even just...
I'm in.
Not my smartest call. GG. You know what? Yeah. Character select. You know, I'm just gonna do a bit more of a hard carry now. Yeah, your point about elementals is well taken. I'm gonna crack this one out now because it's getting a bit spicy. We're just cracking out the rebound. So it's just... There we go. Wing 7's a beer. Yeah, there we go. Okay, let's go Fractured Conservatory? Yeah, that sounds right. Yes. Nice. Let's see if they're a Tempest. We'll see. And here I will take Caracosa. How am I sitting on food? Power Ferocity? Ah, screw it. Doesn't matter. I'm just going to go Selly Tempest. So we're going to have ample alacrity, bunch of healing. Put snap target on.
Council held. Times most dire.
Sidestep that. Come on. Link to the boss right about there. So yeah, we can stop some of those. Can't stop all of them.
The first to join the winning side gets the greatest rewards.
Severe weather warning.
That one gives super speed. That's nice. Yeah, now. Let's see. Keep an eye on squad. Yeah, there's nothing I can do here. Like, everyone's just losing their special action key before we actually can do the mechanic. I'm just keeping an eye for when I see enough oranges. Like, GG. When you have the special action key, don't go into the tornado, else you lose it and you can't CC. Okay, so I think we've explained all mechanics now.
Ready to rock.
I might even just throw down some slightly different food for me. Yeah, there we go. Actually, no, it was that stuff strictly.
The fracas is finished. The hasty walk to revenge mine.
Make them flee. My wrath. Fired up. Such synergy. March forward. Will now begin.
There we go.
Why should I fight and lose when I can acquiesce to the inevitable and survive?
Nope. Almost. And time for big CC. That's right, this one here, simply blast CC as much as possible. I'll block some of them, I can't block all of them.
Find their weakness.
The first to join the winning side reaps the greatest rewards.
He got up a little bit sooner than expected.
Fight, brace yourselves.
Look at that super speed go. Yeah, I should probably stand back here.
Back on solid ground.
And it's getting a bit tight, hang on. Screw it now. There we go.
Oaths and lessons. Never forsake.
Yeah, people running around too much there.
Brace yourselves. Hold it together. Forge the way.
There we go.
Will now begin.
Excellent. Good, we're learning.
Make them free. Haste yourself. Accelerate it. Help me, please.
Still salvageable. Yeah. Oh, we got there. Woo. I need to lie down. Good job. Good job. We'll leave it there for now. See why all for coming. Woo, good job. We got there. That was a lot, but we did it. So I'm very, very pleased.
Your champions did well.
Sabir can get a bit dicey there. But good job, everyone, for getting it, especially for those whose first time it was doing it. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Hopefully you learned a fair amount. But good work. Scourge's legendary. Oh, nice. That's great. Congrats. That's all good, Fish. I hope you enjoyed. Okay, let's go take a break now. I'm going to go stretch my legs. We'll see everyone in a bit. Sit.
Time of this buff as much as possible. So this will be the first thing that we use when we enter Glint, and one of the last things we activate before we leave it. Facet of Elements will pulse Swiftness and pop down a damaging AoE that applies Weakness, Shield, and Burning. A very nice damaging skill. Facet of Darkness will pulse Fury, and when you consume it, will apply 10 stacks of Vulnerability, reveal nearby enemies, and apply Blindness. It's also a stun break, which is super handy. Facet of Chaos will pulse Protection, and when you consume it, will knock back enemies and grant super speed to allies. This will be one of your key CC skills, so try and save this for CC bars if you know one's going to be coming up soon. Ventari will be your default legend if you don't need to provide stability with Chalice. Here, you have access to some insane healing skills, long-lasting projectile protection, condition cleanse, and great CC. One important thing to touch on before we chat about the Ventari skills is how to empower your tablet. When you take a look at the tooltips for all the Ventari skills, you'll see a section that tells you about the sweet effects that you get when your tablet is empowered. Now, Connor, I hear you asking, how on earth do I empower my tablet? Well, your first tablet will be empowered the first time you swap to Ventari stance. You'll also be able to reapply this status once you resummon your tablet after destroying it with your elite skill, Energy Expulsion. Your empowered status will be used up on the first skill you use after this, so choose wisely. Project Tranquility will summon your Ventari tablet. It'll automatically summon when you enter Ventari as well. You'll empower your tablet, and you can also move it around freely. This allows you to heal your allies at range if they need to leave the group stack for whatever reason. Very useful on fights like Slothazor and Matthias. Protective Solace will summon a barrier that blocks enemy projectiles. This barrier can be kept up for an obscenely long period of time and can completely trivialize some encounters with lots of projectile pressure. If your tablet is empowered, activating the barrier will also grant protection. Just remember, this is not a projectile reflect like Wall of Reflection on Guardian, so don't get the two mixed up. Natural Harmony will heal allies around the tablet after a short delay. This skill is on a super short cooldown and has fantastic burst healing, which makes your healing output on Ventari completely unhinged. When the tablet is empowered, you'll heal for even more, as well as restore endurance for nearby allies. Purifying Essence will remove 3 conditions from nearby allies and heal for each condition removed. Again, it's on a very short cooldown, so it's a fantastic way to alleviate condition pressure from your team. When empowered, you'll remove an additional condition. Energy Expulsion is a really stacked skill. You'll destroy your tablet, heal nearby allies, remove a condition, and knock down enemies for 3 seconds, for some amazing breakbar damage. It's also a blast finisher for good measure. When empowered, you'll knock down enemies for an additional second for even more Defiance bar damage. You'll need to resummon your tablet if you want to use more Ventari skills before swapping back to Glint. However, this will empower your tablet once again, so you can get some sweet buffs on your next Ventari skill. If you need to provide stability to your team, feel free to swap out Ventari for Chalice. You'll lose access to a fair amount of healing, so you'll need to rely more on the healing you get from activating your legend skills, as well as your star skills to keep up the healing on your team. Soothing Stone will remove 5 conditions from you, heal you, and grant you resolution. which grants you some nice benefits from the Retribution trait line we'll be chatting about soon. Inspiring Reinforcement is the main reason that you'll be bringing Jalus over Ventari. You'll lay down a yellow brick road and pulse stability to anyone who stands on it. If you activate this as soon as you enter Jalus, and again just before you exit, you'll have a huge amount of stability uptime for your team, letting them ignore mechanics and greed for DPS. Force Engagement will launch a chain at your target and any enemies around them. If it connects, it will slow and taunt them, which is fantastic for some soft CC. You also take less damage from enemies that get taunted from this skill as well. This damage reduction is massive at 33%. Stack this with protection and you won't even notice them attacking you. Vengeful Hammers will summon hammers to spin around you, letting you Beyblade your way through enemies. You'll also take 20% less strike and condition damage as well. Even more damage reductions that we can stack on top of each other. Rite of the Great Dwarf is an expensive but stacked skill. You'll break stun for nearby allies and grant them an insane 50% damage reduction for 5 seconds. Again, stack this on top of protection and enemies will barely tickle you. Now for our traits. Retribution is basically here to give you access to the Resolution boon, which then grants you some extra handy bonuses. Spiritual Reckoning will grant you protection when you use an elite skill. You'll be using your Glint Elite fairly frequently, and your Ventari Elite skill is great for some extra CC, or if you have pulled some extra energy that you need to burn. Resolute Evasion will grant you some additional resolution after you dodge. Determined Resolution will cause you to take 10% reduced strike damage whenever you have resolution on you. This is going to make surviving and tanking much easier, freeing up your attention to focus on healing. Vicious Reprisal gives you a lot of benefits whenever you have resolution. You'll deal increased damage, your resolution will last longer, and you'll gain might whenever you strike foes. When this is paired with your Herald trait, Shared Empowerment, each time you grant yourself might, you'll also apply might to nearby allies. This is going to make it much easier to upkeep 25 stacks of might on your teammates. Salvation is where the bulk of your healing comes from. Here, we have a few alternative traits that you can sub in for specific situations. I'll touch on these after we go through the default choices. Healer's Gift will let you heal nearby allies after you dodge. Invoking Harmony will grant you a massive 20% increase for outgoing healing for 10 seconds each time you swap legends. Words of Censure will cause you to heal nearby allies whenever you blind, immobilize, or CC an enemy. Serene Rejuvenation will grant you an additional massive 20% healing modifier and cause your Ventari skills to grant additional boons when you activate them. The resistance that you get from activating your Ventari Elite skill can be particularly useful, especially when you need to avoid being feared on fights like Slothazor. Generous Abundance will cause you to heal allies around you whenever you use a legend skill. This healing gets increased even further when you use a Ventari skill. This trait allows you to heal your allies whenever you consume one of your facet skills in Glint. Now for some alternatives. Eluding Nullification will grant you some extra condition cleanse each time you dodge. Great for some more condition heavy encounters. Resilient Spirit will grant you barrier for each unique boon you have. This only applies for up to 5 boons, but this can really help your survivability if you need to tank. Unyielding Devotion will grant you a massive 15% damage reduction after you heal yourself or an ally. Once you stack this with Protection and Determined Resolution, you become obscenely tanky. Fantastic choice if you need to tank and you don't need the extra healing. In Herald, Elder's Respite will cause your regeneration to heal for 20% more, and given that you'll be pulsing permanent regeneration for your subgroup, this will result in a huge amount of healing. Shared Empowerment will cause you to grant might to nearby allies whenever you apply boons to yourself or your team. This is going to help you upkeep 25 might on your team. Draconic Echo makes any Quickness Herald build function. It will let you apply quickness to yourself and your team whenever you consume a facet. You'll also retain the facet passive effects for 6 seconds after consuming them. Now it's time to chat about our gear and food. Gearing for Quickness Herald is actually a tricky question. Quickness Herald at its core doesn't need a lot of boon duration to function, although here more is generally better. So,
And we are back. Welcome back, everyone. We are continuing on. We're now on our NA account because I'd like to go and at least get some weeklies done on here because, hang on. Oh wait, what is the thing? Oh, Wizard's Vault. There we go. I have different keybind on this account. We can, I believe, I was going to say still get some pretty hype rewards just by doing this. So yeah, we can still cash in on all the laurels actually, which will still be pretty good value. Or should I actually do this on a separate account?
That looks valuable.
Contemplating. Might even do that. Let's salvage this at least. We are in dire need of some gold. That's actually the main thing that is. That's the main thing we need to actually get our next legendary. And Boxy was cool. Second boss you liked. First less. Oh, that's good to know. I think, yeah, once you get comfortable with the mechanics on Wing 7, it's not too bad. But you just have to sort of be aware of the attacks they're going to one-shot you. Yeah, it could be 3 contracts. That is true. It could indeed. This is me actually doing my seeds. Perhaps you're broken that raid anxiety, having a huge renewal of interest in the game. That's great. I'm really glad to hear that. And I think as well, a lot of difficulty. Actually, hang on, that's actually a good point. I should probably actually record that. It's a good point you raise there, Moralize, about, yeah, having broken your raid anxiety, having so much more fun in the game, a bit of renewed interest. I think that's very, very good. And I was thinking the other day, a lot of difficulty in raids, a lot of difficulty in raids and Guild Wars 2 in general, I think is largely perceived. I think compared to a lot of other games out there, the raids in Guild Wars 2 are very approachable, especially when you consider things like Raid Quick Play now. Raid Quick Play is a fantastic way to get new people into raids, so I 100% recommend people do it. Let's just continue gathering some of these just for a moment. The raids are incredibly rewarding. The fact that there are the daily raids now, which means there's always going to be a population for raids. And all the daily ones are basically guaranteed to at least have some mix of, you know, easier raids in there. So it's a really good time to dive on in. I think especially a lot of difficulty in raids, when I talk about it being self-perceived, people put a lot of pressure on themselves to actually perform at a level that I don't think is strictly required. We consider that, yeah, like I'm rocking a DPS meter right here, but most people in Guild Wars 2 won't actually be rocking Arc DPS. Endgame Raiders might be rocking Arc DPS, some peeps in World vs. World might be doing it, but the vast majority of people won't, so people aren't actually going to see how well you're performing at the start. But also, if you're able to just spend a little bit of time finding a build guide, learning your rotation, you're going to be in an incredibly good spot, honestly better than the vast majority of people in Guild Wars 2 would be. So I think if you have a build guide and spend just a bit of time, not even necessarily learning the full rotation, but if you can just figure out what are the key buttons that you should be pressing at any point. I might even just hide everything here. Control H. Yeah, there we go. If you can just figure out the key buttons that you need to press for damage and press them off cooldown, you'll probably quite easily get to 70% of an actual DPS benchmark. So if you just figure out, like say, okay, I'm on Revenant, I need to be pressing possible odds when it's active, Sword 2, 4, and 5. Spam those off cooldown. And in Glint, say I'm doing Quickness Herald, I want little arrow pointing to the left there. That gives quickness. That's most of the actual build. And if you can just do that and do that reasonably quickly, you will hit like an acceptable level of DPS whilst, in the case of this build, providing your key boon. And Ray, Divine, welcome in, great to see you. I play as a Guild Wars 2 called Guild Warriors. That's a very good question, I'm not sure. Raids are also mechanically rewarding as long as you learn the fights better and your kit can progressively become more of a carry through the scenarios. Absolutely, yeah. Depending on the build you're playing, it's actually an area of the game where you can really see the impact that you have in a squad. Like even on the last time we were doing Sabir just before, we swapped over to Tempest because then we could cash in on having the skill rebound, which makes it so whenever we press it, people just avoid the next one-shot mechanic, which was incredibly helpful. Let's go deposit those there. Let's go find squads. I might even jump over to a different account and do this in a bit. Hang on. Join. This one. Do I have to leave the instance? Let's try that. And especially, even after the upcoming balance patch where we are going to get huge amounts of, well, not huge amounts, a sizable amount of decrease in power creep, I guess is the term. Even with that, raids are still going to be massively power crept compared to what they were, because way back in the day, people were generally doing, can I join now? Excellent. People were doing roughly half the DPS than what they are currently doing, and that is what basically all of the original raids, anything before Wing 8, that is what they are balanced around. So the fact that we are just, on the whole, doing double the amount of DPS means that even after this upcoming balance patch, everything has been massively power crept, so the requirements for players to actually execute are so much lower. Just a bunch of verts and conduits after Tuesday, and Scourges, don't forget Scourges. But no, honestly, I think if you enjoy a class after this upcoming balance patch, just continue to play that class. You will still continue to perform well on it. It's just bringing the overall level of DPS down. And if there's a build that you enjoy, that's the build that you should focus on playing. Salvage 50 items, let's do that. Yes, we can do that here as well. I'm trying to at least get some of these easy weeklies done, because we're sitting on some good real estate. Let's bring this here, 44. Nice. And there we go. Salvage all of those.
That's how it's done.
It's good. I'm finally starting to rebuild my gold from this account, because I accidentally got a bunch of the pouches here, which I didn't mean to get. So it's a bunch of gold that I've been sitting on for some time. 10. Let's cash these in as well.
We can never have too much treasure.
That ticks off on another weekly. Just doing some of the easier ones here. Gets that one done. Inquest enemies or pirates. Sad you can't AFK pylon or PP unload anymore because of how hard it's getting hit. I still think you'll be able to do it with that. It's just going to be the case of throwing on Signet of Malice, Invigorating Precision, and Relic of Zakharos. I think you can still quite comfortably do that, even after a DPS drop. I feel like that will still be fine for the most part. The only times that you may struggle a bit is when, you know, someone in your squad misses their orb that they're meant to catch, because then, of course, the pylon guys take like a bunch of extra damage. It's much harder to actually survive. But yeah, I feel like even with the nerfs coming in, it will still be entirely fine. Let's go. Ah! Oh, these count as pirates, actually? It's a very good question. No, spirit shard. I should actually cash in a bunch of spirit shards as well. Yeah, let's just deal with all these. Revenant is actually surprisingly hype underwater. I've got another rare. Brilliant. Okay, let's see. A few spots where we can nuke Inquest quite well. Let's go down to Sand Swept Isles, which... where are they? Here we go. This is what we want. But all the builds that kind of exist now, outside a few that are getting really, really bopped, being Steam Shrieker, Condi Amalgam, and Quickness Catalyst, overall, basically all builds I think are going to be kind of fine. Oh, just don't worry about looking at DPS wise, if you worry about damage it will do. And everyone is kind of getting brought down as well, so even though you'll see lower numbers overall, so will everyone else, so the point of comparison will still broadly be the same. And if you're pylon kiting, people aren't judging you on your damage, they're judging you on whether or not you can just stay alive. If you can do that, people are going to be totally happy. And especially now, there are so many builds nowadays that you can get so much more value just from simply auto-attacking compared to what it used to be. It used to be you actually had to sweat quite hard to get really good damage out of your build, and there was like a really big difference between experienced players and newer players, and there's still obviously a big difference in skill wars too. But it's nowhere near what it was, I think.
Rise and return to the fight.
And Moralize, I don't know if you remember, but I've been learning that Mace Axe Condi Conduit a lot more. And he's been doing around Yeah, let's heal up here. You've been doing around 39k DPS on the average golem runs, just requires some good APM. That's excellent, I'm really glad to hear that. Oh, we'll have Specimen Chamber in a bit. And that's the case, honestly, with so many different builds. It's that it's really just you need high APM. Higher your APM is, the more damage you're going to do. Once you know the order in which you have to press your skills, then it's just a matter of how quickly can you press those buttons. Let's nuke this one. And yeah, once you have the order down, the question's always, how do I get this extra, few thousand DPS, that extra, 5 or 10% that I need to really sort of reach where I'm wanting to go. And it's going to be just press buttons quicker, which comes from playing the class more. So then, you have everything down in muscle memory. Because when you're having to stop and think about the skills you're actually pressing, that is time. That is fractions of a second on every single button press that your brain's having to actually stop and think, okay, what's up next? Whereas once it's a muscle memory, that stops being a problem. Yeah, making sure you're constantly swapping legend after exhausting those important cooldowns. Yep, that's spot on. I think we've done 25 enemies. Oh, we've got some more inquest to kill. Cool. Ah! And yeah, there are so many lower intensity builds out there now, I think. Even the build I was playing last night on stream, I was playing Power Spellbreaker. Incredibly simple to play. And yeah, we were absolutely blasting on it. It really only had a handful of button presses to, get peak value from it.
What is management doing about this?
I think, yeah, we have to go over here. I should actually just join here. Oh, actually I can't. Well, I can, but that's not really going to do anything. Yeah, man. There we go. This is where we want to be. Good, now we just give people boons and we get credit for all of their kills. You recommend non-new DPS players Rifle Mechanist allows you to focus on learning the bosses, not worrying about the rotation? Yeah, completely agree. That's a great one. I also think like Ritualist is a really good one for people to pick up because actually a lot of your damage comes from your minions, which are going to be kind of doing their thing anyway. Like I said, Mechanist is a good one. Scrapper's also really solid. Revenant's also a really good one, especially Power Herald, which that's another build that's actually going to be doing quite good after this coming balance patch. It's not really getting touched. Power Herald has always been like a great boon build, but it's been sort of power crept by other boon builds in recent years. So is everything getting brought down? It's in the same sort of situation as Condi Scourge, where just by the fact that it didn't get any weaker after this patch, means compared to everything else, it got stronger. This is a great event to do anyway, if it's up the sheer amount of experience you get. And karma, in my case, more of the karmic retributions I get is amazing. But Spellbreakers are really fun as well, simple to play, durable. Feels good to play because you have the dual wielding trait, which means you can have baked in 25% extra attack speed, which stacks on top of quickness, so yeah, you're attacking insanely quick. And yeah, like Herald, like you're saying, very easy to upkeep that 100% quickness. That's also another thing, because yeah, I've turned on Impossible Odds, I'm keeping 100% quickness up. It's incredibly easy. So that just means I have to focus on managing my energy somewhat, and using Sword 2, 4, and 5 off cooldown. Swap when I get low. Pop a few facets to do a bit of AoE damage. Keep these two up. Fury and Protection for quickness. Job done. And yeah, Herald's another great one as well, because like I said, you've added in Greatsword to the rotation. so you can get that extra burst. It's a build that actually gives you room to grow, whilst also like having the simplified version of the build, which is entirely satisfactory. And I tend to play like sword, staff, herald as well. I don't tend to run the greatsword purely because the CC you get on staff is amazing. And the side effect of that as well is that it makes herald terrifically easy to play because you only have one set of weapon skills to worry about. But you do have that option. If you do want to trade the CC for more DPS, you can do that. Cool, there is that weekly Dunskies. Look at all that loot, especially the volatile magic. That's very handy. Actually, I might even just stay and do this event because, yeah, the volatile magic we're getting, that is going to be worth a pretty penny down the track once we actually convert it. You play staff for damage with herald, does that work? You don't use staff for damage, you use staff for the 5 skill Surge of the Mist because it does like monumental amounts of break bar damage. So you just swap to it when you need break bar damage, else you just camp on sword, or greatsword. You can run either version. But there you go, see, I've got greatsword on this set, so a bit of a do as I say, not as I do. But generally I will run sword, and staff is my favourite set.
I have returned to fight.
But you just entirely using staff for the break bar. But I'm just running through, tagging mobs. We're giving people boons, which means we get credit for their kills. Another great thing about Herald's just turned into a giant Herald Rand, which is always good.
Allow me to act.
Think about it. It's all.
But just look at that constant loot there. Yeah, group need the extra damage for Greer today. Yeah, Greer is definitely one of the less new player friendly raids because it actually does have a pretty steep damage requirement. That's not like, you know, other raid wings where, like say Gorseville. Gorseville, yeah, has a DPS check to skip the, you know, the gliding mechanic where you break the walls, you pull the boss over there, break the walls, glide out for the World Eater attack and come back in. Yeah, we are years past needing to do that. Like, there is strictly a DPS check, but even in random pugs, you can expect that that DPS check is met. That's not the case with Greer. But yeah, I definitely think Herald's like the most beginner-friendly build, and yeah, circling back to our point about, you know, the difficulty in Guild Wars 2 is largely self-imposed, I think, or I'm not going to say imagined, because certain fights are difficult, but I'm going to say overestimated, I think is probably the right term. There are so many builds out there now, like Herald, that provide immense value to your group with like minimal work. So yeah, you can really sweat to try and get, you know, that extra value from your build, but you can have a pretty chill time depending on your class. Like, there'll be a pretty low intensity build out there for anyone. Like say on Elementalist, notoriously difficult class, you can just play the fire camping like fire wizard builds where you just sit in fire and press everything off cooldown and pump pretty good damage. You can do power mechanist, very, very simple, just press things off cooldown, do good damage. Reaper, you can just camp greatsword and pop in and out of Reaper Shroud and greatsword and yeah, it will do great. Swapping weapons to your, you know, offhand set's a nice little DPS increase, but it's not required. You'll get most, when I say most, I'm talking like 80-90% of the way there, just by camping on the one weapon set. And Moralize, you found that most of the raids you've learnt so far, that Doom has been the most difficult since they've got a lot of mechanics to deal with. Yeah, that is spot on. A lot of raids don't actually have any significant mechanics to deal with, whereas yeah, fights like Doom, those actually do, where you have very sort of specific niche mechanics that are tricky for people to deal with, like the greens and the tanking and the messenger kiting and things like that, let alone just the, you know, people needing to run to the other side of the arena to get the bomb off the group. Like, there's a lot of things going on that, but say basically all the way through Raid Wings 1 to 4, I'd say there's minimal mechanics that people need to do. Like, those are really good ones to learn on. There are some like niche mechanics, but there might be like one or two, and they are the responsibility of one or two people to deal with, not necessarily for everyone. For the most part, there's exceptions like Sloth, but you tend to learn those pretty quick. You don't think Doom will be added to quick play? No, Doom will never be added to quick play. That would require a fundamental restructure of how that fight works. Fermi, you'll be honest, you think recommending Power Mech the way people do to new players in raid trainings does disservice them in the long run? I think it depends. I can see what you're saying because, you know, having people on a build that doesn't really have a lot of room for them to grow, they can start to sort of lean on it and not really advance beyond that. But I think, yeah, if it's recommended, if it's done with the expectation that, you know, this is a learning build, same thing with Pistol Thief. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend people stick with Pistol Thief for the long term because it is literally just set one button to autocast and kind of AFK. But it does give people that little bit of a stepping stone to get over that initial hurdle of worrying about, you know, am I going to do acceptable levels of damage and can I sort of just focus on the mechanics a bit more? I think it has value in that. I think it's a build that people should move on from and graduate from and go to bigger and better things. But yeah, it's a tricky thing about just low intensity builds in general. They have a really good sort of place in getting people over the hump and saying, yeah, you know, this build does acceptable damage, it doesn't do amazing damage, but hey, like you can, you know, get 70% of the value from a build by putting in like 20% of the effort. I could have said like 80% of the effort of 80% of the results, 20% of the effort, and then we can just do the 80-20 rule.
Showing promise. Explore and expand inquiry parameters on this research branch. Now testing for cross-linear synergistic potentiality.
I know it's not that Power Mech doesn't have room to grow. Power Mech is decent skill ceiling. It's not a bad build. People are telling new players, do not learn how your build works. Avoid learning how to use the combat system. That is a very good point. And yeah, I always recommend people actually learn how their skills work, learn how the build works, and that's the... It's a bit of a tricky one. Because yeah, I think people should know how the combat system works. If you know how the combat system works, then you can kind of pick up any build and it doesn't really matter. Where are we? What are we actually doing here? I'm kind of just blasting. That's fine. And that's always, when it comes to learning how a build works, if someone asks me, you know, how should I go about learning a build, I always tend to say, just straight up copy it from the build page or YouTube video or wherever you decide to get your builds from. Just do that at the start, and then as you go, take the time to read the tooltips from there and actually figure out how your build works, what makes it tick, why are certain traits taken compared to other ones. Nice, we blasted that. Yeah, why are things taken compared to other builds, other traits? So you can actually understand how it works, because then you can make changes to it. You can know, oh, okay, here's my actual burst combo. The boss is phasing. I should probably use my burst now and not whiff it when it goes invulnerable and the like. But yeah, I think, you know, those builds like Power Mech, where you can get away with not understanding how the build works, there's value in getting over just that original little hump, with the caveat that, yeah, if you want to go beyond that, it's definitely better that you actually take the time to learn how it works. Because, yeah, there's, to get, you know, peak damage from Power Mech, there's actually quite a lot that goes on with it. It's actually a surprisingly difficult build to hit the benchmark on, because there's a lot of, I believe, aftercast cancelling and stuff like that. And yeah, whenever, I can totally see what you're saying about people just sort of not learning how the build works, and how that can be a detriment going forward. But yeah, I think when it comes to recommending any easy build, I think it should always be done with a like little caveat of saying, you should probably know how it works, and here's sort of what you need to know about it. Oh cool, I actually do have some fractal relics here. Nice. Yeah, Power Mech is not an easy build. Yeah, I think it's not an easy build to get peak value from. It's a build that, especially now because its DPS has been dropped so much, you actually have to sweat quite hard to get good numbers on it. Back in the day, I played when it was doing like 50k DPS. That was, whew, that was spicy. Let's just see, what was I doing here? Oh, I should probably actually just put my, what do you call them? There's my seeds. There they are. It's not just being low damage, it requires fast kit swaps and constant mech positioning. Yeah, like the swapping in and out of your kits and actually managing your mech as well, because that's the one, I believe, where your mech's range, so it's not going to be just sort of following the boss and doing its thing, so you actually have to manage its position somewhat. And back from taking care of IRL things, thank you, Dalek, as a Roughwing 7. It was a bit. I'm very glad that people were able to get it done. And it's a good point about, like, Power Mech may not be the best build for new players to start with. I think that's a good point. I'd actually say, if I was to recommend a build, particularly an engineer build for players to pick up, I'd say, like, Kitless Scrapper. Because that one, I think, is very chill to play and doesn't really require any significant work. Greatsword and Reaper's a good one. Pistol Deadeye. Pistol Deadeye I always find an interesting one, because yeah, I made a build guide on that, and I do think it's a good and interesting build to learn. Kitless Condi mech's very simple as well, yeah. And new players don't even have access to it. Yeah, it's a bit tricky. Like, when you recommend specs to people, you always have to assume that they are going to get access to the spec relatively quickly. The Greatsword Reaper's a good one, I think. Just any, like, sword camping or greatsword camping Revenant builds are really, really good. Yeah, it doesn't require mech position. Yeah, like, that's why Condi mech's really quite good. The tricky part, though, is that Viper's gear is tough to recommend to new players. Because, yeah, even though the mech's melee, telling people to get Viper's gear, it's a bit more of an investment. But yeah, like, I get it. Angry Bubs, thank you, I appreciate that. Glad you approve our haircut. Oh, we've got many, many things. Actually, let's process some of this. How am I sitting on some other currencies that I can burn on this account? I have 2 Magnetite shards. It's very much... Ooh, I got a bunch of Tyrian defense seals, actually. Yeah, I can cash those in. I think Daredevil, Pistol is better than Deadeye. It is, in terms of the raw damage it pumps out. I remember a while ago, this will change after the balance patch comes in, but... yeah, I think on Pistol Deadeye was hitting around about, I don't know, 32k DPS on a golem or something, whereas you can push Pistol Daredevil to 38, 39k quite comfortably. It's not that much more difficult. So it's actually a build, even though it's a lower benchmark than a lot of other classes, because of how simple it is to play, it's actually one that you can perform really, really well on in actual encounters. If new players, upkeeping the dodge buff seems a bit much. It is a bit for new players, but I like it because it exists. It basically exists as a stepping stone of, hey, you've done Pistol Deadeye. You've done, you know, that sort of low bare minimum amount. Now you can just add in like one extra mechanic and then significantly up your damage. It actually serves as a bit of a stepping stone. So it is, oh, is it Scrit? I think, is it Scrit the ones that we should be getting? Lean into it. Let's go here.
That looks nice.
Yeah, kind of looks right. Trying to see if there's anything that's uber worth me selling. Hate when specialization weapons become optimal in all build types of that class. Like Greatsword for Rev or Necro. Yeah, it's a bit of a tricky spot when it comes to balancing, I think, for that. Where can you unlock swords on Necromancer and at what level? You know, the great swords are unlocked by Reaper, but swords seem like it can't be unlocked earlier. That is See, it's not the Soto Weapon Master system. It's a Secret of the Obscure thing. What is it called? It's the Weapon Proficiency system. Soto Weapon Mastery. I think the weapon... Yeah, let's check. Good Wars 2. Necro Swords. Sword Necromancer. Let's just check it. Weapons? Expanded Weapon Proficiency. That's it. Yeah, that's the one. So yeah, it's the Expanded Weapon Proficiency achievement. If you do a bunch of World vs. World, you can basically instantly complete it there. If you have the Astral Ward Arsenal collection active. But yeah, you have to complete the Astral Ward Arsenal collection. They have to go find like a couple things. Yeah, it's the extra weapons from Nios. Yeah, that's the one. Now we'll just deposit everything there. Consume all those. Well, it's like 25k karma, not bad.
That looks valuable.
But yeah, I think when it comes to... It's a bit of a tricky thing with... Say, raid trainings and training newer players in general, there's a balance between teaching players their build and teaching them the encounter. And generally, if someone's doing a raid training, they're going to be more focused on teaching the actual encounter because, honestly, the learning of the build should be done outside of actual training encounters because you can't be learning a raid and learning your rotation at the same time. Those things need to be done separately. It's why I always recommend people take the time to learn and practice your build in the Special Forces training area beforehand. So that's where, you'll see people... Oh, thank you so much, Jess. Just absolutely amazing. It's a wonderful dinner. Thank you. I appreciate that. Nice. That is loaded nachos. Thank you. Yeah, we made some nachos the other night. And we get to tuck into them again today. And yeah, for training raids in particular, when you're talking about having people just completely ignore certain mechanics, I think when people do training runs, you should kind of teach people the mechanics. At least the point where it's like, okay, we now fundamentally understand it. Now we know what should be going on. Let's sort of move on from that.
What now?
Getting the food buff. Yeah, we're getting an IRL food buff. This smells absolutely amazing. Thank you, Jess.
The Emperor feared
I dropped some instantly.
Do you?
Was that supposed to scare me?
So I'll just check here. So we've done the daily, like a couple events. Net drinks for you to leave up. I shall, yeah, just simple water today. And one of the tricky things about Guild Wars 2 in general is the fact that it doesn't really give you the information to get better at the game. It's mostly outside resources. So yeah, you don't have DPS meters, so you can't tell exactly what DPS you're doing. You can't tell whether you're playing a DPS build. Are you actually doing acceptable levels of DPS? You can't tell your progression from one encounter to the next because you won't be able to determine your DPS from how quickly the boss dies because that's dependent on your entire group.
Hi, Outlander. Let me know if you need help getting your bearings.
Legendary Choya. Let's do that. Do I have a Celestial set?
Listen, you know you've been banned.
How about Lacrigade, Condi, Lacrigade?
You never want to part.
Eh. Let's just throw on. Let's go Zakharos.
You said that last time, and the time before that.
We have another race.
And eeny, meeny, miny, just put all those skills on. Yeah, that's fine.
Allying with the Sunspurs gives us all a fighting chance.
At least the priesthood can look after the refugees.
Joko is probably stewing on his bone throne somewhere.
First, Joko will kill the Sunspears, then us.
And yeah, I think when you're talking about the point of people saying,
This waiting around is unfair.
like you're saying, put your mech skills in auto cast and press 1, that should be caveated with the, this is not ideal. Learn your build properly. This is simply a crutch to get you through this next encounter. Ah. Oh. Oh, cool. I think he's... I was going to say I think he's confused, but no. Nope, he's not. What class is this? This is Power Quickness Herald. Oh, good, we got someone.
Can't see anything.
Rip them up!
That's sort of on topic, but you consider that a trainer taking players to the golem and explain to each what makes their builds tick is more useful than a full wing pour. I broadly agree, but that also, I completely agree that would be incredible for new players, but it also requires a lot of the trainer, and yeah, there's relatively few people who can actually do that. I agree that'd be an amazing thing. Because yeah, if you can have someone explain like, okay, you're a Reaper, the main things you need to know are going in and out of your Shroud, because it procs your 10% damage buff from Soul Reaping, I believe it is. You want to be using these good skills off cooldown and try and manage your life force, because your life force is sort of your, damage budget, for lack of a better term. And people can understand what actually makes the build tick, and, say, okay, for sub 50%, we'll be spamming Executioner, all things like that. Very, very helpful. Ah! Oh, this is a bit of a cursed one. We should be able to at least get this one done. I've got to keep just moving here. There we go. Jump over that. How are Power Condi Quick Herald doing? Dropped Herald a long time ago. They are being a bit power crept right at this very instant, but after the upcoming balance patch where things are getting brought down by quite a significant margin, those ones will be sitting very pretty. Herald's only for Halloween? It's a shame. Herald's amazing. And especially after this upcoming patch. And whenever I'm learning a build in particular, my first sort of step will be going, okay, what button should I press in what order to try and reach good DPS to get sort of that muscle memory in as quick as possible, so then I can start to tell, like, okay, I've pressed these skills in the wrong order. I know that because I know the order I should be pressing these skills, but the next step after that is, okay, what's actually making this build tick? What traits are needed here? What traits are having the most impact on my build? What's actually making this build work properly? I think when it comes to as well, there's different ways to do different raid trainings, and I think it's a balance between you want people to learn the mechanics, and that's obviously very, very important. That's the entire point of a training. But I think as well, getting people the clear, I don't know, isn't necessarily what people are saying when they talk about, you know, not wanting to teach players mechanics, but it's a bit of a balance between learning the raid and actually getting the clear so people are given the motivation to come back and see that, oh hey, it's actually achievable to get the clear. We can actually do this and get the reward. That's the kind of thing that will keep people coming back. Because yeah, if people do spend too long wiping on a single encounter, if they spend 3 hours wiping a Veil Guardian because people just aren't getting it, then yeah, people are far less likely to come back and actually experience raids and learn them again. Whereas if it can be like, okay, here's the mechanics, here's the green circle, we're going to try and, you know, get 4 people in the green circle so it doesn't explode, so it mitigates the damage, yada yada yada, don't stay in the blue circles. And then after a while, if it becomes like, okay, you know, we've done this 10 or so times, let's actually just get the clear now. And then you might have some of the more experienced players in the group sort of change up what they're doing to hard carry a bit more.
Our moment has finally come.
Ah. 7%, good. Getting there. This, don't know why I picked this one. This is a bit of a curse fight to do because of how much it moves around. Catch you later, Boxy. You take care. There we go. Legendary encounter done.
Drakes are eating all the fish.
Okay, so where are we at? Should be able to see if I can complete 10 events as well. Easiest place for me to complete 10 events, that is going to be in End of Dragons. Right about there. And morality Addy says hello. And in teaching a build is not how to get 4k more damage on the golem. Very true, because honestly in a lot of classes there can be a bunch of really niche tricks to try and get that extra 4k damage. And also just generally getting that 4k damage is pressing good skills quicker. That's kind of all it ends up being. But yeah, when Fermi's saying, here are your main skills you want to prioritize. Here are your defensive cooldowns. This is the burst you want to time between mechanics. This is your stab Aegis access. This is the utility you can swap around if you need. This is the projectile block and ability you have access to. That's all incredibly useful, important information that helps people actually understand how their build works and adapt it to every encounter.
This is the Rose Room. From here on, each room will become more...
So you don't know what to do with the True Nature facet on Herald. Broadly, just... not when I'm in Shiro, but when you're in Glint, just double tap it for boon extension. That's basically it.
The Phoenix Room. See how Void has made a mockery of our ancient trial.
It's good these all count as events.
You have entered the Room of Reflection. I feared the Void would destroy it all, but you give me hope.
And yeah, people getting high DPS in their class usually comes after both the understanding of their build, knowing what their priority skills are, what things they should be pressing at any point.
Halfway to the end. Please, keep winning this sacred...
And then actually knowing the encounter as well. And what it does, basically when its effect changes depending on the legend that you are in. When you're in Glint, you double tap it, it will extend boons. When you are in Shiro, it will strip boons from nearby enemies. So when you're on Quickness Herald, you basically want to double tap it when you're in Glint. Because then it will just extend all the boons on you. But its effect changes depending on each legend. But practically, for Herald, you are just double tapping it in Glint. Yeah, like once you know your build, you can adapt it to any fight. That's very true. Like say on Adina before, after a while I'm like, okay, we are struggling with projectile reflex. I'm going to bring corrosive poison cloud, so then we can mitigate some of that as much as possible. Oh, we're going to be struggling with CC on Sabir. I'm going to swap in spectral grasp and flesh golem so I can do as much CC as I humanly can. And that all comes from understanding the build.
The peacock laid waste by the void.
And yeah, there are some niche cases where Boon Rip is useful. The skill is worded kind of vaguely and a bit weird. I can definitely agree that it is worded oddly. But yeah, best way is to activate it and just sort of mouse over it when you're in a particular legend. See here it says increase the duration of allies' boons and remove conditions. So it's also a cheeky Condi removal as well.
We're running out of time. The battle of our lives is about to start, and this region isn't fully ready.
And yeah, there's so much that goes into learning your build, which it's like, where is your CC? Where are your blocks? Where are your built-in evades? Like, Sword 3 on Herald, it's an evade. It's quite a long channeled evade. It's 1/2 second evade. You find yourself low on endurance but high on energy, you can pop that to dodge instead. Complete events and cancel. Oh, we'll do that as well.
The room of the koi, once so peaceful, and after, one more room until victory.
My dust.
I have returned to fight at your side.
And like on Greatsword on Herald or Revenant, you've got your block there, Imperial Guard, very important. And you'd be surprised about how few people in raids, especially new people starting out, because honestly I think people are more likely to jump into raids than they are tier 4 fractals. Once you are doing tier 4 fractals, there's sort of an inherent understanding about the game that is not guaranteed to be there when you start raiding. Because yeah, Guild will sort of hint at where your CC skills are by when a break bar pops up, your CC bar skills will flash. Unless that's a setting. That may not necessarily always be there. But yeah, you can quite often tell. You can tell really who the experienced are players on encounters by looking at who's doing really good damage and also who's doing good damage whilst doing good CC. That's usually a sign that, okay, someone's cooking, someone knows what's up.
I won't forget this.
Oh, cool, we got some
The elders is restored.
Jade Magic, Jade Runestones there.
Thank you. I'm leaving.
Nice.
You can never have too much treasure.
Alright. Well, thanks for the hydrate, Fire. I need to actually cash in on these spirit shards at some point. What was I doing? Laurels, that's what I wanted to see. 39, okay. Might actually cash in some of this now. Not the keys. I need the guaranteed gold. If you were to compare difficulty level between raids and fractals aside where to start, you pick T4 fractals. Even knowing is a bit difficult to start because of ascended gear. Yeah, so overall, T4 fractals easier than raids, but yeah, because of the ascended gear requirement and the need to progress up the tiers in fractals, it's much easier for people to jump into raids quickly, especially raid quick play being a thing. Medium. Much easier for people to jump into raids with quick play being a thing rather than jumping straight into T4s. To jump straight into T4s, you have to know people already doing them. What have you been using your AA until now? I'm on effectively an alt account now, so I haven't bought everything from the Wizard's Vault yet, so I was getting the laurels there, but first I'd grab coins, gold, I'd get the lucid motes and laurels. CM Fractal's definitely harder than early raids. Yes, they definitely are. Welcome back, fish. Let's go send this to... Cool, it's in the Bank Guild. There we go. Now let's just see what else we have to make use of here. I really should actually do a bunch of material conversion with spirit shards, because I'm sitting on a monumental amount compared to what I normally am. That's giving you a bit of grief, are they? I'll send all this over, Ectos as well. That's good stuff. Yeah, kind of converted everything nice there. Yep. Scroll down, there we go. Add all this in. Nice, I'm taking a very quick break and then I'll actually swap over to a different account, so sit tight, see everyone in a smidge. Secrets of the Obscure has brought us the Wizard's Vault, and with it, one of the best ways to make sure you are perpetually flush with gold. So today, we're going to work out how to extract as much gold as possible from your vault.
I just peed on gold.
And really jumpstart your wallet, which is especially useful if you're a new player. Welcome back, friends. With the release of Secrets of the Obscure, old daily login reward system has been replaced by the new Wizard's Vault. And with that, we have a whole new way to make gold that is actually very lucrative. The new Vault currency, Astral Acclaim, is incredibly easy to learn and does a great job at taking you all across different areas of Guild Wars 2 that you wouldn't otherwise get to, and works very well as a login reward system, I think.
Hello, you're back.
You can take this Astral Acclaim and then go through and exchange it for all manner of different rewards, which you can see here. I've already taken advantage of a good number of these. There's lots of different useful things you can get here. We have crafting bags, transmutation charges, mystic clovers, build storage expansions, heavy crafting bags, ascended weapon and armor chest. There is so much here for us to get value from. But I hear you asking, there's so much here, where should I put my Astral Acclaim if I'm just wanting to focus on making as much gold as possible? So today we're going to walk you through that so your Astral Acclaim purchases can be perfectly well informed. Before we jump in, we're going to be using the fast farming site to get an idea of where the most valuable things are in the Wizard's Vault. I'll include a link in the description below. This is an incredibly useful site if you're looking to convert any currency in the game into gold in the most efficient way possible. First up, we have the legendary weapon starter kit, which is by far and away the highest value thing you can possibly get from the Wizard's Vault. Here in your starter kit, you're going to gain a precursor specific to your weapon, either a gift of magic or a gift of might at random, as well as the gift specific to your legendary. At this stage, there are just 4 of them to choose from. However, it's expected when the Wizard's Vault refreshes in a couple weeks, we'll get a new choice of legendary chest to pick from. For only 1000 astral clay, which I believe I earned within a few days of the expansion launching, that is 580 gold profit right there. Even if you don't choose to keep this legendary for yourself, you can just go and sell it on the trading post and pocket that extra gold for yourself. For almost every player, this is probably the first thing you should be purchasing from the Wizard's Vault if you're wanting to maximize your gold. From there, we simply have a list of things that we can work down in order to try and maximize our gold. First up, we have the bags of coins, which will give you 1 gold and will cost you 6 astral clay. The caveat is this is limited to 90 purchases per account, and this will likely reset when the Wizard's Vault is refreshed in a few weeks. There is a bit of a trick here. There is a... Right, and we are back. Welcome back, everyone. Okay. We're on our alternate NA account now, so let's actually kind of see. This will actually tick off on a few things. This one we actually can get some really good value from the Wizard's Vault. It's honestly the quickest way for me to very quickly get some gold.
You must visit more often.
And keep an eye on the LFG, make sure it doesn't bug. Might be a bit interesting because this account doesn't actually have access to most of the expansions. Thank you for the hydrate. Might see if there's something popping off in the regular LFG. I think I have EOD. Pretty sure I do. Oh, it's starting to fill. Oh, damn it. Sab stream. Oh, there we go. That should be good now. That's right. Let's see how this one goes. How is this build actually looking? Well, it's actually coherent, so that's good. This should count as a legendary boss, I'm pretty sure. That's good. We're in a reasonable spot for the start. Put on snap target. Presume that's on. Hopefully I don't CC. You're asking what's the best range build for Rev, since Condi Renegade's only one, not a huge fan of Spear Rev. You either be Condi Renegade or Condi Conduit for the most part. good. We can use our sword 3 as well to evade a bunch of attacks.
Our moment has finally come.
Oh yeah, it's not shortbow will work fine on basically any Condi build. There we go. And yeah, if you're put into the range group on Decima, just don't play Rev. That's fair enough. Honestly, that's like a cursed experience. You want to be melee on Rev. Someone else has got it, dang. This group's overall doing pretty well. Ooh, almost survived it. Friend! There we go, let's get out of that. Heal through that. That's good. We don't have any circles on the center, which is good. Blue. Big CC. I was going to bring this one well over here. Yeah, there we go. Wound heal. Always amazes me how many people just straight up disregard that mechanic. It's a pretty obvious mechanic as well, I find. There we go. Who is targeted with green? Hi, and welcome in, mate. Great to see you. Try and res. Got him. I haven't swapped to staff just so I can at least do a little bit of healing.
The pains of this world are
Super speed. It's a couple percent. There we go. A bit dicey, but we're slowly getting there. Glint heal that. Oh, that's really not where we want that. I'm just gonna... Oh, I'm blue. I can't really do anything. Whew. I have two running Shiro. That's a good idea. Dropping food everywhere. Yeah, let's go. Just DPS.
dragon and hero together.
Ah. Board in. Dicey, but we're getting there. And good job, Heisen, on that MO Overseer solo as well. Very, very nice. And Vorpal, welcome in. No, we were doing Condi Scourge a bit earlier today. I have to try that a bit more. Do I have... I do have teleport to friends. Nice. Very nice, Eisen. That's great. Oh, hello, Praxis. First try, good. You definitely want that. As I could be rather unsettling. Nice, haven't even done this one yet. Let's do the salvage 50 items.
Sweet, sweet loot.
Bunch of those, then we do rares. Might have to actually bounce around between a few characters on this account. Always something cool? Always up for it. Okay, let's head over to any other character. Oh, you were playing ESO and saw a dragon flying around the map. Hang on, I'll pull up here. Very nice. I haven't played ESO, so I might not have all the context. So you managed to kill its friend. Very nice. I don't have a lot of context in ESO, so I assume that's an incredibly difficult thing to solo. Am I out of combat? Was? Oh, actually, it doesn't really matter. 4th birthday? Sweet. Was fun? Nice, I'm glad. How many spirit shards do I have? 288. Like, I almost have enough on this account to start converting as well. A few other things we can also do. Average final lower. Cool, you'll do that. Just bounce around to the various characters on this one. So I can at least get the salvage 50 things done. Nope, nothing here.
Nice gear.
Okay. These random weapons. Nah, I won't do those. Just kind of trying to see if there's random gear lying around that could be salvaged. You're playing ESO now because the upcoming update in June 8th will add difficulty changes to the game. You can play ESO on hardest level, 600% more incoming damage, plus 80% less damage to enemies, but with good rewards. That sounds very, very fun. I'm glad you're enjoying ESO.
Hurts, doesn't it?
Yeah. Seventh birthday gift. Look at you.
Sweet, sweet loot.
This account's... Oh, could this account actually... I'll have to actually bounce around between the various characters, because who knows, I might actually be able. It's a non-zero chance there's an 8th birthday lying around. Did everything Guild Wars 2, all purples, all bosses solid, now you're waiting for the next update. Nice. Now, it's honestly good that you have another game to go and enjoy in the meantime. It's a very healthy thing to do. Years ago, Guild Wars 2. I know, especially if you're achievement hunting in Guild Wars 2 in particular. Good lord, there's a lot.
If Mortimer can attack the mother tree in the grove, it will attack anywhere.
Let's grab that. Yeah, let's check all our characters here. Only 24k hours. Let's see. 10th birthday.
Statistically speaking, this is rather rare.
This is a surprisingly old account. How many of these do I actually have, these Blackline statuettes? Just trying to suss out how much of a gold mine I'm sitting on. Tengu's sword. It's very exciting. Catch you later, Heisen. It's always good to see you. Time expired. I'm going to destroy that. Bunch of rando ascended. How's our bank looking? Random. Random is what it is. I might as well. Yep. Is it possible to use your Guild Wars 1 account and Reforge? Yeah, like if you have an existing Guild Wars 1 account, it just gets automatically transitioned to like Reforge, so you can just play your account as it is. Yep, old accounts is literally just an update. Do I have the birthday cake? I must have the birthday cake floating around somewhere. Let's bounce around these other characters. The 9th birthday? How many shards? 20 shards. Damn, we're actually going to be pretty flooded. I'm going to have to figure out how to actually make use of all these. What was the very first character on this account? Remarkable question. No, if you already have like a Guild Wars 1 account, you don't need to rebuy anything at all. Surprising amount of Ascender gear on this account. I should do something with this account at some point. I should definitely check how many statuettes I have. And that will be, I have to plug this account to Guild Wars 2 efficiency, and then I'll be able to figure it out. So many characters on their 10th birthday. Ooh, that's an inventory. Ooh boy. Okay. Contemplating existence. Exit. I can do a few things with spirit shards. I can convert tier 6 material or tier 5 materials into tier 6. Which would be a nice way to convert them basically directly into gold. Let's just consume all that. Look at all this envoy achievement. I'm scattered, I know. Where is that even going? A gift of exploration. Hang on, is there a gift of exploration? There's a gift of exploration there. Okay, I should probably craft a legendary at some point. I've done map completion on this account. Wow. Okay, that's something.
Oh, shiny.
We've got 10 of these. Ooh, okay, hang on. Let me try. No, I'll plug in... Is it already on Guild Wars 2 efficiency? Let's check. I suspect it's probably not. No, it's not. So let's go Arena.net. More stuff to pump to the real main account. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm sitting on a bit of a gold mine here. Guild Wars 2. How do I sign in here? Account. Here we go. Okay, so for this, I'm going to need Edge. That's where it's saved. Is it that one? Yes, I think it is. I just need to get the API key for this. See, I've done map exploration so many times, I've done it on 3 separate accounts. So efficiency, copy that. Then let's go efficiency here. API keys, let's add our API key. Cool. It is valid. So let's go account. Yoink that. Kill cost efficiency. You come here. Okay. So that one. Statuette. How many am I sitting on? Okay. 12, 18, 26, 30. I'm 34, 37. So that's, even just straight up, that's 37 gold I could very quickly generate. And then if I was to check material storage, that won't be particularly high. No, that's not high at all. I mean, I've got 60 clovers on here. The next time there's a World vs. World rush, I should jump on this account. Because, yeah, then I could just... How many is sitting on my regular NA account? 4. No, this account's actually... Who would have thought that the third account is actually the most prime position to actually generate gold? So for that, I actually do need to get a starter kit. So, let's vault. We need to do many things, but we have a month remaining. You had to craft a legendary, log into one of your accounts randomly, find a gift of exploration, most of the clothes, and just blast. Unironically, yeah, that is the advice. That is the play. Cheeky sneeze. Okay, I think, is that all the characters? No, it's not even all the characters. Good thing you noticed there was a gift of exploration there. I would not have noticed that there was a gift of exploration. And what should it be? I better actually check. Is there a gift of battle? No, I didn't think there was a gift of battle. Seventh birthday.
Oh, shiny.
I mean, I'm sitting on these. Look at all these. Will these sell? I actually don't have enough gold. Yeah, yep. No, it's like a little bit done. Yeah, Scourge. Juju. War track potions. I don't think this account would have them, but that's a good idea. I've got one thing of World vs. World rewards. So yeah, there is one there. Okay, let's go cash in on some of this stuff. And how many... Cool, so we started off on like 200 and something spirit shards, and we're now on 418. I'm just contemplating, how am I doing on Imperial Favor? I was going to say, is that like low-key a currency I'm doing well on? I think actually once the... Yeah, enough for a pre, yep. I have enough for a pre. I think once the... Well, that's what Rush comes back around. I definitely need to cash in on this account, because I could honestly craft... Thinking I could craft one Gen 1 Legendary to sell, use that gold to fund the creation of at least another End of Dragons legendary. And then I'd probably also have enough resources left over to potentially craft another. Big brain plays. But we can get that. Like, we're already sitting on more gold. Okay, so I'm going to file this account away as something that we should definitely cash in on in the future. Just take a look and see if there's anything else cursed in our inventory. Like in our bank and material storage. Who knows, honestly. You could probably scrape together to turn 1 Gen 2 into 2 Gen 3s for the main. I think I could. Honestly, I should probably also do that on my... I've got, like, obviously more Tomes of Knowledge here as well. I could cash those in for more shards. This could be a way to alleviate the Spirit Shard concern. I'm not doing too... The fact I'm on 60 clovers is redonk. If I start raiding on this one... Depends. If I do it even on NA, I could probably even get enough to start getting more mystical. No. Shouldn't be raiding across 3 accounts. That's a lot. That's a lot for me to do. Okay, let's take a look and see who else is online now while we let that percolate. On my ult, you have enough clovers for 2 Gen 1s, just can't bring yourself to do map comp. Yeah, the map comp part is tricky.
Excelsior.
I feel like, yeah, the map comp is definitely a drops week kind of task, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, let's go and take a look. Yeah, let's go tee this up. Excellent. We're going to head on out to Cali Night this evening. Thank you all so much for hanging out. It's been great fun. Thank you to everyone who came along for the sort of impromptu training raids that we did for Wing 7. They were good fun. I'm glad we were able to get them. But yeah, we made some good progress on Condi Scourge. We've got a new PB on the Golem, which is nice. That bodes very well for Ceres shenanigans later on this week. So we are decently prepared for that. Surprised at just how much we can take advantage of on this other account that we have, so that's pretty good. So we might put some things in motion so we can really cash out on that. Because yeah, I can honestly probably generate, I think probably 3 legendaries from this one, which will be pretty hype, so that can fund the EU account. But yeah, we're coming back on Wednesday. It's going to be on Balance Patch Day, so we get to see all of the fallout from that. And yeah, we're doing some raid training on NA. It's going to be a good time. But yeah, I'm keen to see where everything lands. And we have Super Adventure Box as well coming back. But yeah, you all take care. We'll see you all in a few days. Have a good one, team, and cheers. Welcome back, everyone. We've covered every other Revenant spec, so now it is time to cover what is undoubtedly the most fun of all of them, Power Vindicator, whose entire purpose is to crush your enemies beneath your muscly calves.
Woo! Superhero landing! Yeah, that's really hard on your knees.
Power Vindicator is the single best DPS spec that Revenant has access to, and we've been building to this one for a while now. Vindicator is simple to play, has outstanding damage, lets you nuke your enemies from orbit with the single most powerful dodge in the game, has blocks and evades on every weapon set that you're going to be using, and